Check one, two. Check. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Shut up, John Stewart. I'm talking. This is my show. Is it a show? It's not really a show. Anyway, good morning. I like to keep up on the news while I'm working. But yesterday I spent time at the office. This morning, I got my car back. I need to post about that, share with everybody. The fact that I got my car back. I'm excited. I missed my baby. I need to get some pictures of her up. Anyway, bottom line is, I didn't catch the news at all yesterday, and Zelensky went to the White House. And then Zelensky got kicked out of the White House. Interesting. Interesting shit. I'm sure, depending on which outlet you watch, whether it's Fox or whether it's CNN, you'll get varying. I mean, these guys were attacked by Russia, and these guys are supposed to be our ally, and they did sign a peace. They signed a ceasefire in exchange of prisoners, which Russia then totally ignored and broke that. And here we are shoving it down their throat. Like, just do a deal with them. And we're like, Ukraine's like, we don't know how we feel about that. You do realize who you're talking about, right? And we're like, well, you're not being very grateful for us trying to help you and this guy get it along. Like, to me, that, I don't talk about politics a lot on here, but to me, I mean, I don't know. People getting the bold move to expand, telling people that are being bullied that they're potentially going to start World War III. Like, you're buddying up with Putin, and I'm not anybody to talk to this. I'm just saying the optics here. It scares me into thinking that we're more prone to war with this type of. I could be wrong. I don't know everything. And I'm not here to have a debate. I'm just. I just want to make sure that everybody's aware that this shit stresses me the fuck out. Now, on a more positive note, me and my privileged life where I get to wake up in this beautiful home and go around in my beautiful transportation and get to basically do what I enjoy doing for a living, I'm not one to bitch. And that's why we bring you today to our lovely non-sponsor, but big take. Today we're drinking the pink edition of Red Bull. We got wild berries here. Artificially flavored. I'm sure this is full of all kinds of good stuff, including not recommended for children. You'll say pregnant or nursing women and persons sensitive to caffeine. Ingredients: carbonated water, sugar, glucose, citric acid, taurine, sodium citrate. We got natural and artificial flavors, caffeine, colors, caffeine, niacinamide. Actually, it's right there to preserve your body when you die. Pyridoxine, HCI, vitamin B6 is what that is. They're going to make you read the hard word and then put in these little parentheses here that it's just vitamin B6. And calcium bantothenate, they did the same thing, that's just vitamin B12. All right. 160 calories per can. We got 125 milligrams of sodium, 40 grams of carbohydrate. Total sugars is 38 grams. Boom. Includes 38 grams of added sugars. Well, does that mean it's 38 on top of 38? It's 38 grams of total sugars, the included added sugars. That seems a little bit I don't know. I don't know how to take that. Niacin, 140. That's your vitamin B. And you got your vitamin B12 at 120%. And your whatever. It's Red Bull's full of fucking sugar and shit that'll kill you. And I'm going to taste it now for the first time. This is the pink wild berries. And I did drink yesterday the purple. Was that the spring edition? Had grapefruit in it and a hint of something else. It was good. It wasn't bad at all. Definitely a girly wild berry drink. Very girly-ish. Tastes like bubble gum almost. Yeah, it's not bad. It's got that Red Bull flavor, but not not a huge fan. I think I'm gonna stick with my tropical and my coconut. I like the white the most. That's the coconut one. Yellow second. Green would be third. But if the vanilla one ever comes back, that's a high top three right there. I just don't know if we're going to get it back. Luckily, coconut and tropical both came back, and thank God. That winter edition ran out quick. At least I got to it late or something. Anyway, love Red Bull. Wild berries isn't for me, but maybe the wifey will like it. I'll see if she'll be down here and take a drink of the cold stuff. What are you down here whining about, Clementine? Clementine, what are you doing? Eh, come here, girl. Come. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, what's my baby girl doing? You want to say hi to everybody? You want to say hi? You want to get up in there, don't you? Yes. Oh, my little piglet. Oh, you sound like a piglet. Mm-hmm. Who's my little girl? Get the love nub in there. Come on. There, she's stuckered. Oh, yeah. That was my baby girl. How is she doing? Yeah, she's so cute. And she's my little lover. How's that nose doing today? She gets this little rough bump on her nose. I get some shea butter or something on there. You okay, baby? How you feeling? Oh, that's my girl. She's a meanie. She'll tear you up if you mess with her, won't she? Yes, she will. Oh, I love it when you hug me like that. That's so cute. You're very rough. All right. Bring John Stewart back. Let's hear his bitching. This morning, President Trump signed a new trade deal to replace NAFTA with the leaders of Mexico and Canada. All right. What? Yeah, you got hair all over me, and now you want to go outside. Well, let's go. Come on. You such a little turd. Yeah, you are. Let's see what body. Come on.
said about leadership. Thank you for your leadership. Courage and that, sir. I think you make a really important point of this, President. The president is right. And again, thank you for your leadership, Mr. President. If you could something as a because the one thing you didn't count on is the see it, right? People see people sit around for a very, very long time in terms of trying to get this done. The government efficiency commission tasked with saving trillions of dollars for waste and abuse. We have tremendous making push to make over the federal government, working Democratic panic and warning of constitutional crisis. Now we've learned that his team has gained access to something extraordinarily sensitive. The system that the Treasury Department uses to disperse almost every check expenditure of any company. We told you a story. That's the thing. Millions of American personal information. Yeah. Yeah, Elon Musk has Social Security. You are personal data, Elon. You don't want to observe that like every they might be thinking, I don't want to point there, so let's start there. Full control. They're working. Long-time government employees this week were shocked to find that their new supervisors from Elon Musk's Doge department include recent college and high school graduates between 19 and 24 years old. One of the young men is apparently Internet Musk's modeling company, who goes by the online handle Big Boss. And Big Boss and my Social Security number. The U.S. Agency for International Development, which is in charge of dispensing tens of billions of dollars in foreign USAID employees picking up this movement to notice, telling them not to show up to work today, as Musk continues shuttering the agency. Why can't you just be a normal billionaire? Run an NBA team into the ground. He made in foreign spending. You just don't want to throw the baby.
USAID. The impact that we have here is not an apple of the woman, but we have actually just a bowl of worms. And so at the point at which you don't really, like, you can go to apple and sort of worm and maybe take a worm out. But if you've got just a bowl of worms, it's hopeless. And USAID is a bowl of worms. There is no apple. When there is no apple, you just sort of basically get rid of the whole thing.
We get it. We get the metaphor. You don't have to keep saying worms over and over again. You know, I have a metaphor too. Elon Musk's charisma reminds me of a ball of worms. USAID was codified by an act of Congress. So if Trump thinks he can have Elon Musk kill it, he must have a strong legal reason for why he can do that without an act of Congress.
We'll take an act of Congress to USAID or
What should he know? He's just the president. Trump is also overreducing.
What? What are you whining about now? Not being a negligent father? What? My baby girl.
Prosecutors and agents who worked on the January 6th investigation are being targeted.
It looks like a wholesale.
Right, get down. Look, get down. Get down here. Get down.
8 top officials at the Federal Bureau of Investigation have either been fired or forced to resign. Now the FBI is being asked to produce a list of every employee who worked on any case related to.
Not yet. Get down. I'm not. Get down. I'm not done. Get down.
Employees
Good enough.
told
Get down. Get down there.
These agents were doing their job, enforcing.
All right, now get up there.
They're getting fired. Explain firing to the star of The Apprentice. That was your whole big job. And it's an obvious
Good boy, Wincy.
because Trump is going to be targeting everyone that's ever.
Good girl. You're such a good girl. You're paying my ass, but you're my baby, and I take good care of her. Yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay.
Coming from me, Jordan Klepper, EPPER. Every day since Trump came into office, he bombards us with ridiculous policies. We go crazy trying to keep up with them, and before we can catch our breath, he hits us with something else even more absurd. It is exhausting and unsustainable. So, starting today, no more of that, okay? No more. A whole script here full of important issues that I want to talk about. And I'm not going to let Donald Trump distract me with some crazy new idea.
This morning, a stunning proposal from an American president, Donald Trump, with the Israeli prime minister by his side, declaring that the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip.
the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip. We'll own it.
Okay, let me just ask, what? And also, what?
President Trump made a surprising suggestion last night during a press conference with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The United States, he said, should take over the war-torn Gaza Strip and redevelop it into something like a seaside resort.
We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East.
What the? Trump is going to turn Gaza into the Riviera? He couldn't even turn Atlantic City into a nicer Atlantic City. If anything, they tore down so many of his casinos, he turned Atlantic City into Gaza. But okay, he wants to rebuild it, and he wants to turn it into Mar-a-Lago. At least the Palestinians will have a place to go back to.
Donald Trump calling for the permanent resettlement of roughly 2 million Palestinians.
I don't think people should be going back to Gaza. I think that Gaza's been very unlucky for them.
And he says he's willing to use the U.S. military to do it.
We'll do it. is necessary. If it's necessary, we'll do that.
Just so I'm clear, your idea is to take over Gaza, rebuild it into Mar-a-Lago, and make sure that the Palestinians who live there can't go back? That is the craziest thing he said since yesterday and until tomorrow. Even its chief of staff was shocked. Look at her. She looks just like she won Best Country Album at the Grammy. She's shocked. He's effectively advocating for ethnic cleansing. Who could possibly be okay with that?
You see things others refuse to see. You say things others refuse to say. And after the jaws drop, people scratch their heads and they say, you know, he's right.
You know, they usually scratch their heads and they say, well, what the fuck are you talking about? Stevie is ecstatic at Trump's idea. Look at him. He looks happier than a teenager getting a hand job in the back of a birthright bus. BB aside, this proposal is giving a lot of people whiplash. Trump ran his whole campaign on America First, and now he's out there chanting from the Riviera to the sea. Even Trump's Republican allies aren't on board, although, of course, they have to let him down easy.
We're trying to get the details of it. It's a surprising development.
Senator Josh Hawley says, quote, I don't know that I think it's the best use of U.S. resources to spend a bunch of money in Gaza.
We also heard from Senator Lindsey Graham. I think most South Carolinians would probably not be excited about sending Americans to take over Gaza. I think that might be problematic. Tom Tillis likely with the quote of the night, which was, there are probably a couple kinks in that slinky.
There's a couple kings in that slinky. That's how desperate these guys are to not openly disagree with Trump. They're just making up sayings now. Of course, some of the supporters like Steve Ducey are trying to give Trump the benefit of the doubt.
It was a jaw dropper last night. The cover of the New York Post is "We'll take over Gaza." I think this is just the tipping. This is the conversation starter because obviously the president knows when he says we'll take Gaza. He knows the United States can't invade another country.
Of course, America would never invade another country. You can read all about it in Steve Ducey's American history book, Me Just Got Lobotomy by Steve. So to summarize, MAGA people think this is dicey. Their eyeballs think it's batshit crazy. And the entire plan is DOA unless Trump can do some real outreach to the countries in the Middle East. And based on his response to reporters from Afghanistan, I don't think he has the skills to do it.
Do you have any plan to change Afghanistan situation?
I have a little hard time understanding you. Where are you from? Oh, actually, it's a beautiful voice and a beautiful accent. The only problem is I can't understand a word you're saying. But I just say this, good luck, live in peace.
Good luck, live in peace? Why did he sound like he's saying goodbye to E.T.? The people of Earth wish you peace. May your slinky have no kinks. Yesterday, Donald Trump unveiled his big plan to relocate Gazans and turn their homeland into the world's holiest Hard Rock hotel and casino. And today, the reviews are in. The Arab world hates it, Democrats condemn it, Republicans have problems with it, and the Palestinians won't abide by it. Whereas Trump says,
Everybody loves it.
I stand corrected. I guess everybody loves it. And even though the plan was totally perfect in every way, his staff spent the entire next day walking back. The president said
said his intention was to remove Palestinians from Gaza permanently.
If we can get a beautiful area to resettle people permanently.
But today, the press secretary said it would be temporary.
The president has made it clear that they need to be temporarily relocated out of Gaza for the rebuilding of this effort. Trump's press secretary just had her first walk back. This is an important rite of passage for Trump's spokespeople, their bull mitzvah, if you will. She was spending so much time walking back the plan that at one point she ran out of English words. This is an uninhabitable place for human beings. Yeah, so true. Remind me how it got uninhabitable again? It even worse for Caroline. While she was scrambling to salvage Trump's plan, Trump was on Truth Social readjusting it on the fly, which left everybody even more confused.
Breaking just a short time ago, President Trump seemed to backtrack, but also to double down on his plan to take over Gaza.
And a double down? And now, on the uneven bars, Donald Trump will attempt the rare combination of backtrack double down. Let's see if he breaks every bone in his body. But while his team tries to fix his Gaza plan, Donald Trump has already moved on because he's basically the norovirus. Every day he spews executive orders all over the place, and while we struggle to clean up all the puke, he comes out the other end with something even worse. He tried to buy out the entire workforce of the CIA. DOJ is going after anyone who's investigated him, and now he has defeated America's biggest threat.
At the White House today, President Trump signing an executive order banning transgender women and girls from competing in women's sports.
With this executive order, the war on women's sports is over. We're putting every school receiving taxpayer dollars on notice that if you let men take over women's sports teams or invade your locker rooms, you will be investigated for violations of Title IX and risk your federal funding.
You notice how he paused right before invade your locker rooms? Like, maybe we won't make that illegal. Should have proofread this. It's not to keep banned trans women from sports, but spare us the performance pretending that this is a tough issue for women. Maybe start with, I don't know, reproductive rights or pay inequality. 2025, and still none of my clothes have pockets. Now you might be wondering, is it really that easy to entire presidency just divisive executive orders every day for the next 4 years? Probably not. On the bright side, he did have one executive order today that felt relatively
I have signed an executive order to resume the process of creating a new national park full of statues of the greatest Americans who ever lived. It will be called the National Garden of American Heroes, and I hope that Congress will fully fund this one-year unifying project at the first possible opportunity.
Excuse me, sir. Americans already have.
Yeah.
Never thought I'd say this. Government waits for the election here. Does anyone have the phone number of the Department of Government Efficiency? Actually, they're all total. Does anyone have the Roblox usernames of the Department of Government Efficiency?
All right. So here we are at Vision Studios. My name is Joseph Sunderman. I started Vision 6 back in 2019, and it all started with Nate 3 and the Kit Lens and watching a bunch of YouTube videos, hoping to
get into the niche.
It's white.
I've been managing technology for companies for years, which has allowed me the ability to invest into this side of things, into the content creation world.
It is January.
Because of the simple fact
It is the day that
that,
traditionally
you know,
we now pretend that
they
we
have
knew
lots
was a
of
big deal.
integration with technology, which is something I'm very passionate about.
Yeah.
And not only that, but I come from a creative background. I love music.
The January 6th ceremony, or what it did, or why it did.
Kind of wherever to follow my interest in
Well, let's get to
music.
it.
I love
It
art,
always
and
begins with a
I
traditional
love being a part of a
children's
team
procession,
and building things.
where they bring
And
in
I wanted to take that passion to the next level. So Rigid Six came naturally in my career evolution as I followed my interest in digging in deep, and I finally came to the conclusion that I want to have a facility and the ability to have the resources to bring any project or anything I want into life, and that's kind of where everything is going. Again, I'm Joseph Sunderman. I'm creating this whole thing called the Creative Tech. And the purpose for the Creative Tech is to have other like-minded individuals that find things that I find interesting. Taking big enterprise technologies such as data centers and virtualization and bringing that into the small business sector. Where is that valuable? Why would a small business do things like that? And I think if you look at that problem from a bird's eye view, you have some really cool solutions, which is like core. So the Creative Technologist, this channel, this whole endeavor of mine is to help support both my technology company iQore and my studio, Rigid Six. Now, I would love to say I get to do cool music videos and, you know, help other artists bring their visions to life, but there's not a lot of money. As I start working to the commercial world and helping corporate, my hope is that we will get enough projects and enough budgets to manage to start potentially doing some dream and passion projects on the side due to the success of all that commercial success. All right, so what are we really going to be getting into here in this video? Well, you know, the main thing I want to do is just kind of touch base on a few areas of what it is that we're doing. Now, again, the studio is not to basically provide some cool photo shoot of some model doing something crazy, really cool visual stuff. You know, that would be amazing. That would be fun to do. But right now, our focus needs to be on helping support those on Battlefield Nuclear Phase. And those are the business clients of my course. And we wouldn't be there if it wasn't for CCPCS, which gave us the platform to build like we're up on. So in a way, this Creative Technologist channel should be supporting myself as a husband and father and entrepreneur, my babies. I like to compartmentalize things in a certain way. I watch a lot of the videos like Al and Baba, whatever, the doctor that quit being a doctor to be an influencer. There's that other David guy at Super. I'm not good with names and dates, so fly about it here. I'm really not that bright, but I'm good at doing things. I'm good at looking at a system and being able to easily understand all the ins and outs of that system. So, to help you understand what all I have on my plate,
Pickup truck when the attack occurred. ISIS flag, that's 2-0 Maka, that's past the 5. Papa needs a brand new reason to deport everybody.
We do know that the vehicle crossed through Eagle Pass, Texas, crossed the border 2 days ago.
A radical Muslim in Jabbar illegally crossing the border to commit violence against Americans.
But it is that we did.
And while normally the rights in tragedy were popular,
This creative technologist channel should be supporting
that's only when they think they're
myself as a husband and father and entrepreneur.
that allows
My babies, I
Mr. Trump is
compartmentalize
blaming
things.
the Biden administration's open border policies.
Put some
We've been
dates to
saying
find
for
on
over a year now that
So
there's likely to be
being able
terrorist
to
attacks
easily
on our soil.
understand all the ins and outs of that stuff. So to help you understand what all I have on my plate and to help you understand what all I have to compartmentalize, I'm gonna write some of this out so I can stay on track. I'm not very good with just reading things. So I'm going to list out some of the things that I have on my plate so you can get an idea of what it is I'm doing and why I'm going the direction I'm going. Yada, yada, yada. And really, this isn't to post about what I do. This isn't to brag. This is simply to help others see how if you do have something that you love, and that's what the creative tech is supposed to be, is to help those creative individuals with aspirations to do something big and beyond what, maybe their predecessors or whoever it is, they're working with may have limited vision. If you have vision, how do you bring that to life? I'm hoping that this will help other entrepreneurial type people pursue their aspirations as well. So, again, I'm Joseph Sunderman,
Breaking news
and
from Las Vegas.
the best thing about
Exploded outside
understanding your identity, and this is something I talk about with my clients, is their brand identity or their digital identity, their thumbprint in the world. Your employees, what they did on MySpace 20 years ago, is part of your thumbprint. Now we're getting into the DNA of things. We're like, that's part of stress, but literally everything is online. Starting with your employees' past up to your past and everything connected in between. That makes up your identity. So I've done some dumb shit in the past, and that is part of my identity, and that does affect me as I go forward. But I don't care if you're 20 or if you're 50, you start doing this today, you start compartmentalizing your life this way today, it will help you stay focused and make decisions every day to where you want to go. So, again, father,
officials say the man who blew up the Tesla Cybertruck
always at the top.
Vegas Trump hotel was
Everything I do affects, my family,
Saying
and everything I do is to provide for them. That's my number one priority. And to go a level below that, that's what I found my field.
Worked for years to become more
So
open. But even I know,
I'm an individual.
blowing up
This is my top
someone's
priority. Now this
in front of
This may
more of their
seem
shit.
like, wait, do I thought quarterly
With
bread
every
and
business
the breadwinner and the money maker, and that's the things that keep everything going. And that is true. So I put a Quora down here,
immigrant anti-American parlay.
and the reason for that is because the creative tech and the way I'm framing it mentally is that the creative tech is me, and I'm not like Quora. Quora is its own thing.
Millions of people come to the country.
I wanted a platform because I want to help
Don't we know if these are a couple of people who are homegrown?
6
What don't
by
we
next
know?
So
These people have come across the
I kind of compartmentalize this like this first, and then we get down to my clients, right? Since the PCS. And this helps me make decisions when I work with my business partner Jay, who owns CPCS. You know, I wouldn't have this. I wouldn't have this or this if it wasn't for him. I would just be, CPCS would be here, and it was there for a while. You know, I helped get CPCS where it is today, and Jay and I, you know, we have our differences, but at the same time, we want to help small businesses, and we typically have a common why. We're able to continue to we want to help small businesses with their technological needs. We have different ways of doing that. So that helps us adapt the ways we build our systems internally and how we move forward with clients. If we need a client, you know, despite how awesome that client may be, we're going to look at the best person to work with that person with that business. And you'll learn a lot about that when I get into talk to. If I see people interested in how I'm doing things and want to learn more about this, I'll definitely answer questions and post more, and that's why I'm doing all of this. I put this together to kick off the discussion. So, now that we have my priorities, and here's my main focuses, you know, as I go down, Icora, I gotta stay focused. So to create a check, you know, this is what we're doing a career here. This is personal life, and this is career. So, and this is kind of a gray area, right? The creative tech is my ability to, you know, I'm affiliated with these because I own them, I operate them, but this is me. And this is, I have this as a barrier, right? So if a company wanted to hire me, if they want me to help, well, do they need marketing help? I'll push through here. They just need break fix service desk and only someone answers when something breaks. Well, I'm not even going to deal with any of this. I'm going to push them. I'm going to refer them to my partner, Jay Gates, and his company, CPCS. Do they need a website built? You know, Icora also has Kyron, which is our web engineer, and he is affiliated and works for Icora. If he's doing a job as Icora, great. But if it's something that Icora doesn't do, I can refer that directly to him, and he's good. Do you understand where I'm going with this? Helps you make decisions when you start crafting life. You can have multiple ventures, and I truly believe if you want to live the way you want to live, you have to set your budgets, you know, come up with a fair price for you and whoever you're solving problems for. This doesn't just be it's really significant. You can be Seuss, you can be one of those artists that do drawings at a carnival or something. Caricatures or whatever they're called, caricatures. Like, see, I told you I'm not very bright. Now, well, I do understand systems, and I understand technology, and, you know, I love being in a band, especially if I get to conduct and orchestrate. I'm able to take pieces and put it together, and there's a lot of people that are good at doing that too, and finding people that are good at doing those types of things, sharing your overall vision with them, and having a way to share it with them is very helpful. Now, there's a lot more down here. We have a data center that we work with, 3Z. We're partnered with Microsoft. You know, we are, and this partnership comes through CPCS. I set that up, but Icora utilizes that for its clients. We get into partnerships down here. Now, partnerships are a little weird, and I have horrible handwriting. I don't know if this whiteboard was a good idea or a horrible idea, but what else we can do is, we get into the partner level, all right? We like to look at our clients like partners. So we have, just think of these as clients, and I am not going to justify my horrible handwriting in any way. It's just bad, you know. All right, so I don't even know if all this is showing up on screen. I might be getting too low, but bottom line is, the amount of work that's coming through this system, 700 users, 700 plus users that utilize these systems and go through our channels that we directly support. Now, I would say we have a team that's right around 10. Icora is I own Icora, and I'm, the only one that is on the payroll here. My wife assists with a lot of the administrative stuff. She gets a small portion of the payroll, but I'm the only true full-time employee for Icora. All the technicians and whatnot are through my partner at Cincy PCS. I've been working with these guys for years. So there's a lot of integration here. Now, what we're doing next is we are going to focus on Icora in 2024. I'm starting to slowly do Rigid 6 on weekends. That's what this right here is. So as the Creative Tech, on the Creative Tech's channel, I'm utilizing Rigid 6 Studio to provide this content. So I'm building out my model, and my hope is
Luigi Mangione. This guy was a brilliant professional athlete and scientist.
So I'm building out my model, and my hope is that we can get to a place where I can have the ones that we have. Pulls up. This is a free event because there's no real money flowing around right now. That we had. Over I'm not trying to say.
Luigi Mangione, who was allegedly so obsessed with healthcare costs,
I don't know. We will see. But I got a lot on my plate, and
just the muscle.
we
willing to stand up, he isn't really sure he believes in it. To be quite honest, I urge the news media, don't even call these manifestos. These are an insult for manifestos.
This is
down on your nose, man. It's not a manifesto. Say what you want about Ted Kaczynski. The man put in the work. Tapping with no fluffing, 45,000 words, old school.
What are you doing?
You'll say, what are these dots that we're seeing? These are our assets on the ground. In green, we got an ED209s, they're the big boys, they secure the perimeter. Purple are the smaller EM208s, they sweet mop box. And the red dots have this. It is great to see American machines going on.
Reading books about goal setting and comfort zones.
Hey, girl.
Appreciate you welcome. This is just a test video.
Spend a lot of time on the show.
Yeah, do it.
Got some ideas. You don't kill everybody. Just do what everybody else does in that situation. Get a podcast. You get a podcast? Nobody died.
And we have been so concerned about all the scary things that Trump's going to do. We forgot he's also going to do some really stupid things. The Gulf of America does have a ring to it, and then there was another horrific oil spill in the Gulf of America. But okay, fine, let's rename the Gulf.
America's northern neighbor to quote merge with the U.S., saying many people love being the 51st state.
Canada and the United States. You take a look at what that looks like.
Down to the Gulf of America. This is insane. Canada can't become part of America. That's the country I pretend to be from when I'm traveling abroad. Why does Trump want Canada so much? When he hears that Canadians love pouring gravy on their poutine, he knows they're not talking about. By the way, this isn't the first time he's mentioned this. He's been tweeting about making Canada the 51st state for months now. Side note, I'm impressed that he currently knows there are 50 states, but surely Canada can just take this. Prime Minister Trudeau, tell him what's up.
As party leader, as prime minister.
God damn it. Well, welcome to the United States, Canada. Locker room. Password is hop to a 69-120. You pay for healthcare now. But no, Trudeau didn't resign just to make it easier for Trump to take over Canada. The fact is he resigned because he's very unpopular now. And if he ran again, he has to face this guy, Pierre Poilievre. He's the leader of the Conservative Party, and based on this interview, he's a pretty intimidating dude.
On the topic, I mean, in terms of your sort of strategy currently, you're obviously taking the populist pathway.
What does that mean?
Well, appealing to people's more emotional levels, I would guess. I mean, certainly you tap. A lot of people would say that you're simply taking a page out of the Donald Trump.
Like which people would say that?
Well, I'm sure a great many Canadians, but
Like who?
I don't know who, but
Well, you're the one who asked the question, so
Yeah.
how are you going to know somebody?
Damn, that's a power move. I haven't seen someone dominated like this since I watched Baby Girl. Tell you what, America's not getting Canada from a hit. Get on your knees. You're our province now. Good girl. But back to Donald Trump, who is now demanding to rename the Gulf of Mexico and take over Canada. Not to mention, a couple of weeks ago, Trump expressed interest in taking over the Panama Canal because why stop at just controlling Brooklyn?
That's good. That was good.
Well, we need Greenland for national security purposes. People really don't even know if Denmark has any legal right to it. But if they do, they should give it up because we need it for national security.
Of course we do. Of course we do. Greenland is vital for our national security. It's the only way to stop Santa Claus from waltzing on down from the North Pole and our lives. And if you're wondering, wait, Trump keeps saying America's broke. How is he going to pay for Greenland? Oh, he's not.
Donald Trump said he might use military force to take control of the Panama Canal and Greenland.
Can you assure the world that as you try to get control of these areas, you are not going to use military or economic coercion?
No, I can't assure you on either of those two.
What? He just got elected and he's going to invade Greenland? Look, I am no war expert. I'll leave decisions regarding our military to the alcoholic Fox News hosts, but I am almost certain invading Greenland is insane. Insane. At the very least, it would be nice to have heard about this during the campaign. I mean, you got time to tell a 10-minute story about Arnold Palmer's shower penis, but not one story about bombing Greenland? That would be good to know. You probably Trump has decided that his first big policy proposal will be buying or perhaps invading Greenland. It's the kind of nonsense no one should take seriously, but Trump said it, so I guess we're all doing this.
It would be exciting if Greenland was part of the United States.
I think that the people of Greenland should be honored.
This to me could be Donald Trump's Louisiana Purchase. Same size as the Louisiana Purchase in square miles.
Greenland, strategically, it makes sense because it's halfway point between our country and the UK. So it would make sense to have that for war purposes.
Yes. War purposes. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but I guess we should annex any place that's halfway between us and somewhere else. This is just so sad. I know she's trying to be supportive, but you can tell even Ainsley thinks this is a bad idea. And this is a lady excited to marry Sean Hannity. Can you imagine how exhausting it is to treat every one of Trump's dumb ideas like it's a work of art? Oh, sweetheart, what a beautiful drawing. It looks like the Louisiana Purchase. I'm going to put it on the fridge. But while the Pentagon draws up plans for a war against puffins, Trump is giving us a reminder about what his leadership looks like during times of crisis. Because while everyone else is deeply concerned with what's going on in Los Angeles right now, Trump is handling the tragedy like the statesman that he is.
Donald Trump is now weighing in on the horrific fires in Los Angeles County, and he's laying the blame on California's Democratic governor.
In a social media post referring to the governor as news scum and writing he is to blame for this.
Yeah. In the midst of chaos, Donald Trump is taking action by opening up the strategic nickname reserves. Thank you, sir. Although, quick question for Trump. Do you mean new scum or news cum? Even though we can't count on the incoming president, some people are stepping up, and it's always heartening to see everybody coming out to help their neighbors. And I do mean everybody.
Important announcement I wonder if I could just make. Here on Palisades Drive, if anybody has a car and they leave the keys in the car, so a guy like me can move your cars and get them up there so that these fire trucks can get up there. It's really, really important.
Thank you for talking to us live, sir. What's your name?
My name is Steve Gutenberg.
Holy shit! Steve Gutenberg? The actor Steve Gutenberg moving abandoned cars out of the way for firefighters? That is amazing. Okay, and not only that, if anyone abandons a baby, he and two other men will raise it. Of course, it's great as it is to see. Officials are warning that the reach Steve Gutenberg is only 2 degrees from Kevin Bacon. Now, if you're wondering why Trump isn't focused on helping health states, it's because he's focused on his war. His intern.
Trump didn't rule out pardon for those who were charged with committing acts of violence on January 6, 2021. He decided to pardon those who were charged with violence.
Well, we'll be looking at the whole thing, but I'll be making major pardons, yes.
Yeah, on the one hand, it's absolutely shameful that Trump would pardon these rioters, but you have to remember, these people, these riot guys, they stormed the Capitol and they shat on a desk for him. No one's ever shat on a desk for me, not once. And that's a Craigslist ad. For him, it's all about loyalty. Plus, he's going to need a personal army for when he invades Greenland. Those puffers aren't going to pepper spray themselves. Kick things off with a historic day in Washington, D.C., where former President Jimmy Carter's funeral was being held in the Washington National Cathedral. And look, I don't know how you measure the life of a man, whether through their personal accomplishments or the lives they touched, but if you measure a life by the VIP guest list at your funeral, Jimmy Carter was the
Services fit.
or president. Today's funeral service bringing together 5 living presidents: Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump, to honor Carter, the longest-lived commander-in-chief.
Wow, that is incredibly rare to have 5 American presidents in the same room together, and even rarer to have Donald and Melania in the same room together. Kudos to President Carter. And it seems pretty uncomfortable that they all had to sit next to Donald Trump. Just think about the history there. Trump tried to put her in prison, accused him of murder, said he was the secret Muslim founder of ISIS, said she was pretending to be black, ended his entire family dynasty, almost got him murdered, tried to overthrow his presidency, and paid off a porn star behind her back. By the way, basically all of them have said that he's Hitler. So yeah, it's a seating chart so awkward that it probably had them asking, is there any extra room in that coffin? Although there was one surprising moment of chemistry.
During Carter's funeral, President-elect Trump chatted with former President Barack Obama. Of course, we don't know what they discussed, but the interaction seemed friendly, with both presidents talking and occasionally smiling.
Someone's trying to make Elon jealous? It's a little weird for Obama, though, right? To go from this guy is future Hitler to, oh man, cool story, future Hitler. And by the way, Kamala noticed.
President Barack Obama, of course, we don't know what they discussed, but the interaction.
Commented the look that I do when someone behind me at the movie. Hello.
President-elect Trump chatted with.
All of them have said that he's Hitler. So yeah, it's a seating chart so awkward that it probably had them asking, is there any extra room in that coffin? Although there was one surprising moment of chemistry.
During Carter's funeral, President-elect Trump chatted with former President Barack Obama. Of course, we don't know what they discussed, but the interaction seemed friendly, with both presidents talking and occasionally smiling.
Someone's trying to make Elon jealous? It's a little weird for Obama, though, right? To go from this guy is future Hitler to, oh man, cool story, future Hitler. And by the way, Kamala noticed. I don't know if that funeral music was for Carter or for her. Commented the look that I do when someone behind me at the movie theater is talking. I didn't pay $20 to hear you sing Defying Gravity. Also, this is Conclave. Why are you singing Defying Gravity?
What?
She did not seem happy to be sitting that close to Donald Trump. She basically spent the rest of the day flipping through that football program when she was going to find 44
Your mama is upstairs in bed, Chica.
Oh,
What do you want?
I just want to ask a question.
You do?
Yeah.
What question is that?
dominating the news right
I
now.
was gonna
is the
ask
Los
if you
Angeles
could play.
wildfires. There's been so many challenges as LA workers try to
You want to play a game? What game is that?
Made in America.
With your mom?
One of the country's leading blade producers.
I want you to knock on the door and ask her. I know she's got to go to the store so at some point.
They try to protect a tiny little fish, which is in other areas, by the way, called smelt. And for the sake of the smelt, they have no water.
Okay, we'll come back to the smelt. But can we just talk about how weird it is that this senator is staring so hard at Trump the entire time he's talking? That's the kind of behavior that makes me change subway cars. And for the record, no, the LA fires have nothing to do with smelt. But in Trump's defense, words are hard. And smelt only has one syllable, while climate change has three. Now, obviously, Trump supporters aren't just blaming fish for the wildfires. They're also going back to the hits.
Of course, we haven't even mentioned the idiotic DEI priorities that have infected the hiring of senior personnel throughout the state. She's the first female LGBTQ plus fire chief. She's been putting her firefighters through DEI training.
Focusing on DEI. This state has been hijacked by the extreme left. Remember, Karen Bass is the socialist mayor who said Castro was a great guy. It is DEI. That DEI that is so sickening. What does DEI have to do with putting out fire? Okay, got a city fire chief who thinks DEI is the number one issue. It's insulting.
Leo, you're at a 2.0 right now. I'm going to need you to bring it down to a 1.0, okay? This whole argument is so annoying. Women can't be firefighters? They let dogs be firefighters. So hypocritical. Well, to be fair, there are some signs that DEI in firefighting is a little over the top.
Remember, only gay Muslims can prevent forest fires.
Bear, more like a Wookiee bear, am I right? See, these people really seem to think that if anyone in the LA Fire Department isn't a straight white man, it must be that the mayor used lower standards when hiring them. In fact, they're so obsessed with this, it's getting a little creepy.
70% of our hires have been based on DEI, not muscularity, not experience, not size, not competence.
Talking about firefighters like the only thing they do is pose for sexy calendars. Not muscularity, not size, not girth, not cut or uncut. Sorry, where was I?
State of California, a horrifying inferno, whose danger even now has not passed. But even amongst the tragedy and sadness, there have been incredible moments of human compassion and kindness. Neighbors looking after neighbors, charitable contributions pouring into GoFundMe from all areas of the world. Mainly the tireless and heroic actions of firefighters in the California region. Some of the prisoners fighting with incredible bravery and tenacity. Rescue workers from all over the country. Rescue workers from outside the country. Rescue workers from Mexico. Can you open borders, Biden? I guess they are sending us the best. You want to know how bad it is in California right now? Here's how bad.
President Volodymyr Zelensky has offered to send 150 Ukrainian first responders to help battle the massive wildfires.
We're so that a country that has been relentlessly bombed for almost 3 years was like, you but it is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, of man's ability across cultural and political and religious lines in times of crisis to appeal to our better angels. As Archbishop Desmond Tutu once said, we are made for goodness and love and compassion. Or, as our own president-elect put it,
Trump shared a meme on Truth Social of fires raging behind the Hollywood sign, which was photoshopped to read, Trump was right.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd almost forgotten your penchant for casual cruelty and dickfoolery. Flames! Nice touch on the graphics. Surely you won't be content with just trolling those in dire need. Surely you also see this as a merch opportunity.
The New York Post posted these images of President-elect Donald Trump driving a golf cart wearing a Trump was right about everything hat.
Trump was right about almost everything. I'd say he was right about the outfit choice. Rule of thumb. Never dress in the same color scheme as the upholstery of your own bed. Let's wait. Perhaps Trump has reached his highest form. Part man, part dog. Apparently, all cholesterol. I guess RFK Jr. Stat. Okay. But Trump has been Trump. The problem now is Republicans appear to want to attach their I told you so's as a condition of funding California's disaster relief.
I expect that there will be strings attached to money that is ultimately approved.
I think there should not be conditions on it, Abe. That's my personal view. Before we put funds into place, we got to find out exactly how we're going to hold these leaders accountable and what sort of policy changes are required.
There can't be a blank check on this.
They don't deserve anything, to be honest with you, unless they show us they're going to make some changes.
Is wrong with you? Really, Senator from Alabama? The state near the bottom in math, reading, and test scores? Next time you get hit by a hurricane, you have a little parent-teacher conference to see that if you got your scores up, you would get the money. Or actually, let's not do it, because you'll get the money anyway, because we're not psychos. That is psychotic. There's nothing wrong with you. And you know what? I think it's okay. I can do the Daily Show thing. I can run down all the Congress people and senators on the right calling for conditions on disaster aid that absolutely had the opposite view when it was their state on the line.
We need to do everything we can. We have citizens that are literally going to get worse by the day.
Shut the f up. Because I can do it, but it doesn't even matter. I'm not even going to do it. Because red states are always the tragic victims of circumstance outside of their control. And Democrats always vote for their aid. Whereas blue state disasters are a function of their flawed morality and faults. And if we help blue state survivors, what message will that send? What lesson will they learn? But fine. If strings must be attached, what be the strings?
The problem with California is forestry management.
For the management of the forest, you have to rake the leaves. Shut down the illegal elf tree cookie factory.
So this is terzepatide.
Okay, so we get back.
No, I want to see the camera now. I can't do that. Can I see your, can I speak to your supervisor? Sure, can I get your driver's license and insurance? I'm asking for a supervisor. I'm asking for your license and insurance. I'm asking for a supervisor. In the meantime, I need... Let's do this.
Get tickets now. Use April 4th.
Did you get your ticket? I mean, it's not going to take 53 and 35 and she refused to give me her ID. So requested the supervisor to start. It's a rental. It's a rental car.
What drive in? Is this our driver's way? Did you get that also your ID now? I can't get it.
I got on the gates of Olympus 1000, and the rest is history. And obviously, the most money I've ever won, and just a million thoughts going through your head, as I think everyone can imagine. Just what's the next step? What am I going to do now? I realized that my family's life had changed, and for the better, obviously. We're going to be able to accomplish a lot, from home renovations to college funds. I have never had an experience like this, and Crown Coins Casino has been great, helping through the whole process, and I couldn't be any happier. The gates of Olympus 1000.
That stuff, man. No, it doesn't work that way, man. It doesn't work that way, man. She just told you that she did. We don't have to show you our radar equipment. No, we don't. No, we don't, man.
Like flowers.
She just told you after she. May we please have your. For your ID here. We have.
Country road.
Have your ID. I just explained all that to you. And yes, I did. Well,
What are those warnings?
there. I want you to also understand that by refusing to give your ID, you'll be subject to arrest. You will go to jail. If that's what you're waiting for to provide identification, you can be arrested for not providing your ID. Okay. Try it.
Top 3 reasons to switch to a TurboTax expert today.
I still can't hear you because this window is up. I still have no idea what you were saying, but I appreciate you for putting it up. Okay. I can't. What are you saying? No, I cannot. You're currently, this is a traffic stop. Oh, come now. What's in your, thank you. Makes me nervous you're not providing your ID.
The information that's out there is not.
That gentleman is not my supervisor. I actually don't know his name. It's a daytime traffic unit. I've only seen him a few times. I hear they're rare.
Excuse me, do you pay rent?
I actually. It's correct. Because you refuse to provide your identification. No, you did not provide your identification. That is what you did do. I believe you said you were speeding. Is that correct? Instead of providing your ID and possibly getting a speeding ticket, your car's now getting towed.
Completely different. That was we're live.
Your car's now getting.
Your ID. You didn't do anything. Yes, 5335.
She's admitted to speeding now. I said,
Zillow is my favorite website to use now that me and my husband are shopping for a new home.
Lesbian. Oh, I'm 53. Don't need a supervisor to take your car, ma'am.
Patience. Yeah. That text and I got my teeth recorded right. I got time for shit. Oh man, there's always one somewhere. People that might really need your guys' help. This kind of shit. Yeah, I know. I watch those videos and I'm like, wait a minute. No, it's just nonsense. I can't do their job.
yeah. Second officer, keep an eye on her while he continues to try and identify her.
Something peculiar.
My advice to anybody that's a new graduate is
This tragedy. Devil's. This is the Palisades in 1923. And that's not after the fire. It's dead. It's like a desert. And someone decided to build a city there. A densely populated, only beautiful city in the middle of it. That's what they did. And I'm going to guess that the person whose idea it wasn't a lesbian firefighter or a black lady man. We didn't even have lesbians back then until one snuck here from France in 1934. So stop with the DEI. Oh, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. The meritocracy built that city. The meritocracy created the dangerous conditions that made a tragedy like this almost inevitable. Don't think my argument sounds like Charlie Brown's teacher to your ear. Get someone who speaks to your frequency.
So I was talking to this guy and he was telling me, he goes, dude, one day, he goes, it's just going to be the right wind and fire's going to start in the right place. It's going to burn through LA all the way to the ocean. There's not a thing we can do about it.
Now, of course, he did go on to say, lesbians will make it worse. The point is, man, We are humans. We build shit in difficult areas on the belief that we will figure out how to subdue God and nature. For God's sakes, 50 years they made a movie about the dumb idea would be to develop this city into the country's second largest metro area. Even they knew LA wasn't a good place to raise your daughter or your sister.
Oh my God. My sister, my daughter.
Movies were wild in the 70s. Like, you could do anything in movies. Like, there's no like slash chord. Like, literally in that, they're like, Jack, do it again. This time when you finish. Like, there you go. Sometimes things happen that are beyond the bounds of human infrastructure. Although, admittedly, the LA powers that be have not covered themselves in glory at this time.
Right now, if you need help, emergency information, resources, and shelter is available. All of this can be found at URL.
When the bombs start falling, just insert useful information here. See, improvements can be made in leadership, in management, in design, in materials, in myriad ways. And sometimes fire, a tornado, and makes a mockery of human infrastructure and our ability to dictate the terms of our existence on this planet. But the one thing it should dictate is the cruelty that we would show to those in pain because we don't think they consistently vote right.
Today, the Senate held its first confirmation hearing for Pete Hegseth, Trump's nominee for defense secretary and dude who makes sure everyone at the frat house has their stories straight. Now, since he was nominated a couple months ago, we found out a lot about Hegseth, and most of it does not inspire confidence. He's been accused of sexual assault, he was accused of nearly running a veterans group into the ground, and he has a documented history of excessive drinking, which we learned even more about today.
A Hegseth acquaintance describes a breakfast they had with Hegseth in the spring of 2023. We met at Fox News in New York for breakfast, and he suggested we go across the street to a bar. It was like 10 in the morning. Then he ordered 2 gin and tonics at the same time for himself. Third gin and tonic.
Roll up breakfast like, I'll have the steel cut oatmeal and 3 gin and tonic. You know what they say? Beer before liquor, never been safe. Liquor before liquor, I'll have another liquor. It simply raises some questions for the person.
You can trust China coming out with awesome futuristic innovations, but this time it's dominating even the wheels department. It's rapidly emerging as a global leader in engine innovation, but Chinese advancements are pushing the boundaries of what's possible. The country's technology is showing a speedy pace, challenging the US to keep up with its rapid revolution. Time to meet these both beauty and quality new generation engines in the market. China's BYD Yangwang U8.
Meet the Yangwang U8, the Chinese all-electric super SUV.
The BYD Yangwang U8 from China is making headlines as the world's first floating SUV. This innovative vehicle boasts a hydraulic system that allows it to rise or lower by 150 mm, making it a formidable presence on the road, all for a price tag of $50,000. One of its standout features is its ability to perform a tank turn, executing a full 360-degree spin while remaining stationary, perfect for making a stylish statement when parked. When it comes to aquatic adventures, the base model can float in water up to 1 meter deep, while the off-road variant can handle depths of 1.5 meters. In case of an emergency, like being caught on a flooded street, the U8 automatically activates its emergency floating mode. This mode ensures comfort by shutting off the engine, sealing the windows, turning on the air conditioning, and opening the sunroof. It can stay buoyant for up to 30 minutes and move at a speed of 3 kilometers per hour, making it a practical option for escaping tricky situations. Though it's not designed for leisure lake outings, it's important to note that this floating capability is strictly for emergencies, and using it for fun is discouraged. After engaging the floating, the vehicle will need a service check once the suspension is retracted. The U8 sets a new standard for SUVs, merging cutting-edge technology, safety, and adaptability in a way that could redefine off-roading and water navigation, albeit primarily in emergency scenarios. US SkyTrain in China.
China's new suspended monorail here in Wuhan. Let's go.
China has unveiled an exciting innovation, the first unmanned aerial train. While it may not soar through the skies like a traditional jet, its design is undeniably futuristic. This SkyTrain operates on a monorail that spans an impressive 10.5 kilometers. Traveling at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, it can accommodate up to 200 passengers at a time, essentially performing the same function as a conventional train, just elevated above the ground. Remarkably, the construction of this monorail took only 7 months. That's the same time frame it typically takes to lay down standard train tracks.
Crazy world we're living in, everybody.
To actually make good on his promises, because Zelensky was there when they signed enough deal with Putin that Putin did not uphold.
The entire time. This was an unmitigated disaster from a geostrategic perspective. The messages I got from allies across NATO on the way in here, from the think tank community in DC, from folks on the ground, was just utter and complete shock. Before he showed up today, there was already a spat previously where, he had said, hey, the president's looking at disinformation bubble. The president punched back and said, you're a dictator and you shouldn't have elections. They kind of finally put that aside. So this was already starting to bubble to the surface. Now you throw in comments that were made today. I don't know that this is recoverable coming back from the other side of this. This is going to call the Europeans to seriously question leadership at this point. Who is in charge? There's already comments coming back about who's in charge of the free world. Who's going to take responsibility for security? We have made a significant investment in Ukraine, well over $1 billion. And most of it was defense spending. It wasn't cash that went over. If that goes to waste, this is going to be seen as a U.S. loss, NATO loss, and a huge investment for American taxpayers is going to be wasted. They have to get past this.
If you are Putin, you're Putin right now. You're sitting there thinking, they don't really care about Ukraine, so let's just take the whole thing. I mean, how do you not conclude that after what you just saw there? Spend more time seeing that he's gone through so much, so many hard times with Putin. Right. And they understand each other because they endured things together. If you're Putin, you're like, okay, even if they engage or have a deal, we can just take the thing. But some of the finest films nominated the star is financing and finding U.S. distributors. No accidents that they shine a light on the very real and painful political truths of the day, like No Other Land, which has been nominated for Best Documentary. It tells the powerful story of villages in the occupied West Bank that have long been subjected to forced eviction and demolition by settlers and the Israeli government. Israeli forces recently deployed tanks into the West Bank for the first time in 2 decades, escalating a military campaign that's already killed dozens and displaced tens of thousands of Palestinian residents. But the film is a story. It's about people and their homes. And it was made by a young Palestinian activist and filmmaker, Bassel Hadra, and by the Israeli journalist Yuval Abraham, who had been reporting to Israeli papers about what was going on in Muslim village. When the film came out, I spoke to him about making this documentary and accusations of anti-Semitism that both of them faced. Take a listen.
The word anti-Semitism is overwhelming for me. Like, my grandmother was born in a concentration camp, and most of my family was murdered in the Holocaust. And today, Anti-Semitism is on the rise. It's on the rise among the right wing, and it's also shamefully on the rise among the left. And because of that, it's very important that this word will not be used to silence real and legitimate criticism, which is occupation or violence.
What? Yeah. Bubba? I, we're not doing lunch just yet. I'll let you know. I told you that.
So this film is called No Other Land. To live on. So this is our future. What is the status of your village right now?
Villages, it's really under so much attacks and today very powerful, afraid of our future. With what we are facing today from all this brutality and killing. The international community should stand for its responsibility and should defend the international law and should stop this from going on.
So a great story that's being recognized by the Oscar nominating progress. Now, according to the UN, more than 40,000 people have been forced to flee their homes. Since the report in January, 8 agencies are calling it the largest forced displacement of Palestinians in the West Bank since it was captured by Israeli forces in the 1967. Don't forget, you can find all of our shows. CNN.com/Austin and all other major platforms.
Do you think your relationship with Donald Trump, President Trump, after today, can be salvaged? Yes, of course, because it's relations more than
No, that's not exactly. That's not what that was.
historical relations between
No, that's not what that. That's not what that was.
He said he does not think that he owes President Trump an apology for what happened inside the office today. Do you feel otherwise?
You don't see all the things that went up to this.
Well, what's specifically the President Zelensky apologized?
Okay. Enough about the Zelensky thing. I get it. Shit's fucked. Antagonistic. I
sense of
He just fucked up.
Hmm?
He just fucked up.
Who?
He just let them know that that's his daddy. And now they're going to kill his dad in front of him.
Yeah, but I've seen this movie too.
I love this movie. Don't be afraid.
Does he know what he said? Like, do all the people who captured them know what he said?
They all talk Mayan to some degree. I don't know if there was variations back then. It's wild. I don't know. Well, Jones already bothered me about lunch, saying that he wants leftovers. So I was hoping that you were going to go to the store and I take care of the kids' lunch.
Okay.
As far as you talk about dinners as well, I'm assuming.
Not much to
No. If you can eat leftover pizza, John will be happy giving us some wings. That's some pizza. So that takes care of lunch today. Obviously something easy to cook and cheeseburgers or sliders or something. I really like that pulled pork. I don't know if we need that much of a. I should have made it all barbecue and we'd have sandwiches longer. So I mean, stuff like that makes sense to me, but because we can eat it multiple days. I want to get in the habit of we spend $20 to $40 making a big dinner by buying the hamburger meat and all the other shit. We eat once the rest of the way. I'd like to find ways for us to make dinners last.
Is my shirt not clean?
She's been super lovey lately. I don't know what her deal is. And I love how much she loves back and hugs, and she'll even pet you. She'll reach your paw up and start petting you. So, I don't know.
Someone posted on the Reddit Cavalier page today something about like asking if Cavaliers actually are cuddling with their owners for themselves, like for selfish reasons, or if they're doing it because they
Get back, type of thing.
like if they're like doing it as a service to their owners. And someone commented and was like, that's a weird question because between people that love each other, like giving is pleasurable and receiving is also pleasurable. Like it can be both at the same time.
I think it's just affection, period. Yeah.
They were literally bred to be to be blankets, like in long carriage rides and stuff.
I don't know how that works. I don't see how it's. That's beyond my expertise.
But that's why they're so cuddly.
Come inside. Come on. Come. Come here. Come. Oh, that's my baby. Why you give mommy all those loves? I'm here with my chocolate liver. Yes. Oh. So, what do you want to do for dinners? Like, you're asking me like I need to make a decision, but I want your feedback.
Well, I can make dinner tonight,
Tomorrow
because-
night's me, so yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so you make something fantastic tonight, and I'll warm it up and eat it tomorrow. No, warm up leftover dinner should be more to lunch, but you want to do meatloaf tonight?
It is. So,
Tiffy doesn't eat meatloaf?
baby Jonah hates it.
Hates it, but he definitely is picky and being choosy. But if I tell him just to eat it, usually he does. But... I mean, I love meatloaf too, babe. So if you want to make meatloaf, if the kids want to throw a fit, they can have Hot Pockets or corn dogs or something. Is that what you want to do? Is meatloaf tonight?
That's what I want to do, but I don't want to have shitty kids. So I would rather have something that we all would eat than having shitty kids.
Well, Monday night we don't have two shitty kids. We just have one. So I think we meatloaf Monday.
No. That's
We can
not
even
how
have
kids
it
are gonna work.
Monday through Wednesday.
Yeah.
Fine then. Then Thursday, Friday we have kids. So next weekend.
Next weekend, Jonah should be up north. Be here by myself.
Yeah, because I leave Friday morning.
Okay.
I'll be the 7th at 8:45.
What's that?
Leave 7th is Friday. So I said to take Jonah to school.
Oh yeah.
You run me to the thing, and all you gotta do is see if they'll be in Springfield. And I am a little concerned about having Elizabeth have Jonah. I've already told you about that.
Hello.
How you doing, kiddo?
Good, how are you?
Busy. I wanted to give you a call to see what you're doing next weekend.
I'm not sure. I'll have to talk to Ethan.
Well, I'm flying out Friday, and I'll be gone for a week. And the wife, it'll just be Jonah and Mina next weekend. And I'm okay. I know that Jonah's wanting to come up this next weekend. I just don't want to. I don't want to put you in the middle of things. So I guess I'm talking to you to figure out how can we have Jonah come up and see you on the weekend, but because I think Katie and Elizabeth are kind of like obviously. Katie, well, I mean, I think Katie's going to do whatever Elizabeth wants because that's her mom and she's one of, and I just feel like the way they frame things to talk to Jonah, like him being sick. He's been sick for 3 months. He should have been to the doctor. He was just at the doctor. They didn't say anything about him being sick. Like I know he coughs every now and then and he's got allergies. We give him his allergy medicine. Like, I don't know. And with her being here and saying things like, I'm the one that knows him and I'm the one that takes care of him. I've been with him since he was born. Like, well, he lived with me for the first 5 years too. Like, I don't know. It's just the way she frames things and says things is very toxic, I feel. And
yeah.
I want him to go up there, especially to see his mom more because she's closer now, but there's got to be some kind of balance. I guess I'm looking to you to say, hey, are you okay with... I don't know if you're the main person that I feel better letting Jonah go up there and hang out with on the weekend and letting them see those guys, but I think that's me dreaming. So what are your thoughts here?
I see where you're coming from both ways. The only thing is I can't force him to stay the night here with me, like hang out with me, because I know as soon as he'll be here for 10 minutes, be like, I want to go back to Katie's.
Yeah, and I look at it like kids don't want to do their homework, right? They're going to be, I don't want to do my homework, but you got to do your homework. He may not want to go stay, and he can stay at Katie's. I'm okay with that. I want to make sure that somebody's there to ensure that, like, one of my fears is that Mina will meet halfway in Springfield, and then on Sunday, Elizabeth pulls something like, "Oh, I can't come down there, so if you want him, you have to come all the way up here and get him." Like, we want to make sure that someone's going to let him come up there as somebody's really responsible enough to make sure that he comes back for school the next Monday. And I don't think she would do something stupid to break that, because then she knows she's just going to get herself in contempt and more trouble, which I don't want to deal with that either. So I don't know. I wanted to talk to you before I talk to them about having Jonah come up and get your thoughts on it.
Right. Yeah, I don't really see a problem with it. I think it should be fine.
Is she? Have you talked to her at all? Is she working? Like, I know she just got, like, did she just get here that Thursday last time we talked, or like?
Yeah, she had just gotten here. She says that she's looking for a job. Actually, she went grocery shopping with me the other day. I left my kids with Ethan, and they went and grocery shopped, and she said she was thinking about reapplying at Walmart. So hopefully she does that, and then she works 7 to 4. And there's something wrong with her car. I know Ethan will be more than willing to take her to work with him because he works 7 to 4. So she can't really get out of that one.
It's so stressful just hearing how much it weighs on you guys. Like, you guys are trying to support her at the same time. Like, she's supposed to be the parent.
Support her and save her to keep our distance, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I look forward to Jonah coming up this coming weekend. And I just want to make sure that, we can rely on you guys to help if we need it for whatever reason.
Right.
And
You just mentioned it. Go ahead.
I also talked to the wife about, I don't mind giving you $40-50 when you get them to help cover some costs and stuff, I mean.
Right, I used it last time for gas because I meant to send it back with them, and I forgot because I didn't see him. So I said I'm filling my tank up with this because I drove all the way to Springfield and I drove Jonah around. So. Well,
that money's there to help because obviously Elizabeth's going to do what she can to help, but yeah. Anyway, that's all.
Okay. Yeah, mention it to my mom and Katie, and then I will see if they mention it to me in the next few days. If they don't, I'll say something that I talked to you about it. So.
Yeah, and I'm going to. Yeah, I don't want us hiding the fact that we communicate. I'm not going to go telling them that I talked to you first or anything. But yeah, I think it's important for them to know that we're looking out for Jonah, and that's our standpoint. And there's no reason why we can't talk for Jonah's benefit.
Right.
So.
Right.
How are you doing? Are you doing good? How are the kids doing? Sounds like they're being rowdy.
Good. Little Miss Thing has been a little fussy most of the day, so we're all sitting in my recliner watching Bad Dinosaurs on Netflix.
There you go.
It is torture because we have watched all 10. I think there's 10 episodes, but we've watched all of them about 5 times. I can tell you what all the dinosaurs are about to do. It's a little ridiculous.
Well, at least it's not Yo Gabba Gabba.
Yeah, true. Or Peppa Pig.
I actually like Peppa Pig. You got any beef with Peppa Pig?
No, we don't, because Peppa and George are little brats, and I don't want Kyler to act like that.
Well, we gotta figure out what we're doing for dinner, so I gotta help the wife out, but I'll let you know what they say.
Okay, we're having chicken and butter noodles and some sort of vegetable, if that helps you any.
You want to make chicken and butter noodles or something, babe? All right. Have fun, kiddo.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
All right, bye. All right, so yeah, I'll reach out to them. This is wild when they cut him loose.
Stuff like that now.
Boss man saw that. So. Chicken wings. I can. All right, I'm back. What's up, YouTube fam? Joseph Sunderman here. Just I like Will's like, don't ask me, I don't know, I'm just here until you hear something he doesn't like. I call these out.
Honestly, it makes way more sense to get it from the wife. Because we're just gonna, most of the equipment is needed for the truck, and as these back up, the equipment gets kind of kicked out and not needed anymore. So, however, I do want to off.
So you want these out of the way before then?
Let's go, yeah, let's go ahead and do this.
Where am I? I don't need them. No, I'm trying to cut back on eating at night. Thank you. So you want these out of the way before then?
Let's go, yeah, let's go ahead and do this.
Why am I recording still?
I don't know.
You get to edit all this. We're good. I don't know about toilet paper. I think we're on paper towels too, but I don't think we got soap, we got toothpaste, we got shampoo. I think we're good. Deodorant. You might want to give me a pack of deodorant, like a twin pack, because I just gave Donna the one I was using. I opened a new pack last week, so just have it on standby. You pick up after yourself, Jonah, and keep your phone on you and don't go in anybody's house. So if I yell for you, you can hear me. Hey, come down here before you go outside. Is Tippy wanting to go out? Well, I need to talk to both of you before you go outside. I need to talk to both of you before you go outside, is what I said.
Okay.
It's not 60 degrees outside. I expect you guys to have your jackets, your coats on.
Oh, all right.
Socks and shoes, not Crocs. It's 35 degrees outside. It's cold. It's not freezing, but it's damn near. All right, go away, both of you.
You called for his bounce.
And don't go in anybody's houses and stay out front where I can see you guys.
We can't go to the backyard. He just has to be able to yell for you, and you can hear it.
Jonah, yeah. Do you have your phone on you and is your ringer on? So if I call you, because I tried calling you yesterday, you didn't answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you guys want to play outside, I want you guys to stay out front somewhere.
Yeah.
You tried calling that?
No.
You probably should.
It's not even white hat.
Speak. Did you do it?
No.
Anyway.
Oh, what time are you leaving?
The doors have been set. I might go there a little early. So 5, 6, 6. What do you want to do?
Nothing. I just wanted to know what time you were. So I had it in my head what time you were leaving.
Chicken drop on side.
Yes.
So some probably.
Oh, and Timmy has her watch, and it's on the charger.
Hold on, Bubba.
And I told her to put it on before she goes outside. And then she asked me if it's okay for her to go to Madison's house if she could go in it. I said as long as you have your watch on, it's okay if you go to Madison's house.
I told John I want to stay outside. He wants to go behind the house and play in the backyard as long as you have your phone on. But I tried calling you yesterday and you didn't answer, so I'll
So I'm just letting you know that.
but she's going to mess.
And well, she might be, and she has her watch. She will have her watch, so she should be contactable as well.
And what account? Because I don't know if I can get a hold of her. But you can. What account does she have on her watch?
What's a phone number? Dana. Dana pays for the watch. Are you sure?
Yeah, you can open the garage. Is her 4710?
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess I do have it. I guess we talked to come here about it. I totally forgot I did that. Did you ever share that with Jalen then?
I think so. Mhm. When you go to CVS, you asked me what.
I was gonna have you run through the car wash, remember?
Oh.
Do you do you have a car wash in here? Do you want ones out of my wallet? You not want to take it today?
I can do that.
I can say this. But if not going near my car wash.
I can go to the phone.
Whatever. Tell them you might need to run it through twice. They might let you. They let me last time. You're leaving. Fucked up shit right there. Yeah. Oh, that's some man shit right there. Dead.
You can't see the red. When you're wearing it. What he did.
Crazy shit. So they're polite about where they poo. He wanted to get out of the way so he could hang out with you. Oh, just not a very well endowed little boy. I'm sorry, Bruno. That's okay. You're still studly. Have a seat on that bench, will you?
What mountain crew out here now?
So I want to step on the tail. I'm trying.
You jumped up, second one jumped up there. I'm getting video right now.
Can I help you? Oh, hi.
Yep, I knew that was coming. How's it going, buddy? If I had a motorcycle, I would get one of these guys just to hang out with me, and we just cruise town. That never in the freeway. We keep it chill. 10 mile an hour. Yep, get up there.
Nice.
What you doing? Yeah. I love how soft their hands are.
Sometimes it looks like they're about to some of the ways to encourage them, we'll see if you need to bend your back down. That's a good sort of place to hang on to.
Stay there. Do not get up, Tempe, if he gets up on you. I think he's going to get on your shoulders.
He's right behind you. Oh no, he's jumping.
Oh, he jumped over there.
Sometimes you can also hold, like, turn like this. Turn like you're looking at a watch like this. This is a good way to
They like limbs. They like to jump on things.
Bye.
There we go. There we go.
It's ridiculous. Hey, yeah, we're gonna have a throwdown. Now you got them fighting over you, Tempe. Just tell them who's playing left or all. They act just like. Yeah, it's like I get something out of this, right?
Didn't know it was your day.
So there you guys go. You guys got yourself some friendly from the ocean.
I know the girlfriend. Okay. Good.
Aw, he's giving you all kinds of kisses.
Oh, okay. You take care of me. Bill.
Their hands are so like soft. Yeah, they don't weigh much at all for as big as they are.
Yeah. I think now, when you get them talking, what did they do with it? They squeak what they have it almost not like this. Experience.
All right, so Joseph Sunderman here. It is April the 11th, Tuesday. It's right. The lovely outdoors, huh? Yeah. Boom. So
Congrats. It is not over.
Yeah, good stuff. Let's go see it. If I sound okay. Yeah, sounds very important to me.
Hello, everybody. I'm trying this as an experiment in communication, both public and private. There are some things that I would like to draw to Mr. Elon Musk's attention. I interviewed him a while back on my podcast. That was primarily released on X, but also more broadly. We've met a couple of times. I've been watching what he's been doing, like everyone in the world has been. And I'm also interested in his reaction to the situation with Tommy Robinson. I interviewed Tommy last year twice with my wife, and I've been following his travails in the UK diligently. I just spoke with Ezra Levant, who runs Rebel News, this troublemaking, rabble-rousing media organization, alternative media organization in Canada. Ezra and I have interacted with each other for about 10 years. He was an early advocate of mine when all hell broke loose around me at the university, and we've kept in touch ever since. In any case, Ezra Levant also hired Tommy Robinson as a journalist a few years ago and knows him quite well. Brought him to Canada relatively recently, where he was arrested at exactly the time I was supposed to interview him. So that was another interesting overlap. Anyways, when I talked to Ezra Levant, we discussed Tommy, and he's in solitary confinement in a maximum security prison in the UK. And he's not allowed any visitors who have a social media following, whatever that means, given that virtually everybody has at least some social media following now. And this essentially means that he'll spend 9 months in solitary for what's a civil offense. And it's been 4, and that's a long time. And his guest slots aren't filled, partly because of these restrictions. I asked Ezra too if Tommy was in solitary at his own request, because the prison is a dangerous place, because it's a maximum security prison and it's full of the sort of people who might not approve of Tommy Robinson, let's put it that way. And Ezra told me that Tommy hadn't requested to be isolated in this manner, that he was willing to take his chances in the general population. So that's what I know about that. In any case, he's got 5 more months in solitary, 22 hours a day. When I interviewed him, he'd expressed some real concerns about his ability to maintain his psychological integrity under such conditions. You know, we use solitary confinement as a punishment sufficiently brutal to deter even psychopaths who are about as non-social as you can possibly imagine. And so depriving people of social contact is, I think, is cruel and unusual punishment, and is something that perhaps should never be used, but if it's used, it should be used, let's say, very judiciously. And I think that he's being subjected to cruel and unusual punishment. And if that produces consequences, which is a possibility, that doesn't bode well for the general stability of the UK, you might say. And it's not a risk that should be taken. And so I want to draw everyone's attention to the plight of Tommy Robinson. Regardless of what you think of him and what he's done, say as a whistleblower on the gang side, his punishment is exceptionally heavy, and it isn't at all obvious to me that it's wise. It's also not obvious to me that he'll make it through 9 months of this intact. And Ezra was concerned for the same reason. So that's that. So there's a second issue that I'd like to draw your attention to, Mr. Musk, but also public attention to. I've been watching your line-by-line analysis of budgetary expenditures at the federal level, and I think I know, that part of this process, part of the reason you're engaged in this is because you're not happy, you might say, with what Kat Song has described as the woke mind virus. And both retweeted Gad a fair bit, and I know you're familiar with his work. Now, I also know, or think I know, that part of the reason that you're unhappy is because of what happened with your son, which you discussed on my podcast and made public. And I noticed during that conversation that to say you were unhappy about what had happened and the advice you got about suicide risk, for example, on the part of children with gender dysphoria, was false, despicably false and dangerous, and that part of to say you were is because of what happened with your son, which you discussed on my podcast and made public. And I noticed during that conversation that to say you were unhappy about what had happened and the advice you got about suicide risk, for example, on the part of children with gender dysphoria, was false, despicably false and dangerous, and that you not only haven't recovered from that, but have taken it with all due seriousness. And so it seems to me that your efforts on behalf of investigating the funding that is being shuttled to various agencies and organizations around the world who push the woke progressive agenda are admirable and useful, and hopefully they will be salutary, but I think there's something very important that you're missing, maybe crucially important. You may know or may not something I discovered partly from talking to the Republican Governors Treasuries Association, but also from going to the Republican governors' meetings and talking to a variety of Republican governors. 50% of the state budgets in the U.S. are devoted to K through 12 education. All the teachers in the K through 12 education system are products of the faculties of education, which I think are among the most, if not the most, ideologically corrupt and incompetent of all the university disciplines. There are major contributors to the dominance of woke culture in the U.S., particularly in the U.S., but also across the West. They attract low-quality students, by and large, and they do terrible research. One example of that, for example, was the faculties of education. It was faculties of education who came up with the idea of whole word learning, which was a complete bloody catastrophe, foregoing the utility of the phonetic alphabet, which is one of the major inventions of humankind, replacing that with the proposition that you should teach children how to read the same way expert readers read, which was a preposterous theory to begin with, and which had devastating consequences. And the faculties of education pushed multiple intelligence theory, which is a complete crock of nonsense. They pushed self-esteem training, which can't be done and produces narcissists. They cloak their left-wing ideological propagandizing in social, economic, social, emotional learning strategies, etc., etc. The faculties of education are an unmitigated disaster. They produce the teachers who have a hammerlock on 50% of the state budgets. They're spending $25,000 a year, thereabouts, per student, when private organizations are capable of providing a higher quality education at 1/10 that cost. The Republicans, conservatives in general, and classic liberals have been completely asleep at the wheel for 60 years as the faculties of education have distributed the demoralizing progressive agenda to the children of everyone, liberal, conservative, and progressive alike, through the K through 12 system. And they control 50% of the state budgets. There's not a chance that the progressive agenda is going to be undermined and replaced as long as the faculties of education have a hammerlock on half the state budgets and all the education of all children. So what's the best move? Well, there may be little you can do federally. I don't know the policy details well enough to opine in that regard, but in my opinion, the faculties of education should be stripped of their monopoly on teacher certification. There's no evidence whatsoever that they've produced that the teachers that they purport to educate in a manner that makes them effective teachers, either because of the way they were selected as students or the way that they're trained and educated as teachers. And so there's no defeating the woke mind virus without breaking the hammerlock of the faculties of education on teacher certification. And so, anyways, those are two issues that I've been considering since we had our discussion, and I know that you're as busy as any human being can possibly be, but I know that these two issues are close to your heart, and I thought I'd throw my 2 cents in for what it's worth. And while doing, inform everybody else about my thoughts on the matter and the way forward that I think might be most appropriate. Thanks very much for your time and attention. Thanks very much for your time and attention.
I've come out to Wood Hill Prison to see Tommy Robinson today. I was told that I could visit him at 2:30 this afternoon, but the prison authorities have decided that they're not ready for me to go inside. I've been following him for 3 years as he follows the gang rapists because I was concerned for the British young women who were being raped. And more recently, as a journalist, he covered a school playground scuffle that had become an international scandal. After that, he made a documentary trying to understand what happened in that scenario. That school is now closed, and everyone has departed from their jobs. There was so much corruption and payoff and secrecy that this documentary was not supposed to be shown. But Tommy Robinson felt compelled to show it, to tell the truth. Now he has been charged with contempt of court, and he made himself available to the courts to charge him and to put him in jail. They have him held in solitary confinement here. He's hesitant to eat from the cafeteria because there's a large Muslim population here, and he feels that he may be poisoned. And now he's getting very thin. Some Danish journalists came here and visited him and saw that he's lost a lot of weight. So he's only eating canned tuna, which he can't survive on for months. There's not enough fat in that food to nourish his brain and his heart. And so I suggest to people, if they come in, they can bring him something like pepperoni sticks or a kind of carnivore snack that is packaged, that has proper animal fat to nourish and sustain him. It's going to be on our conscience if he dies in there. It should be on our conscience now. He's in here for 9 months. He's been in here for 4 months so far for a simple civic charge, and they put him in maximum security. It's not right.
Fisherman Justin Royal was fishing from his boat near a private marina on Lake Travis near Austin, Texas, when an employee of the marina told Mr. Royal that he could not fish there.
Oh, is that a fact? Is that a fact? I didn't hit anything. No, you didn't. Somebody that owns the lake? I fish here all the time. I didn't touch the boat. Have a good one.
Mr. Royal disagreed and continued to fish from his boat until another marina employee approached on a golf cart.
Okay. Cool. Thanks. You can say it all you want to, buddy. Say it all you want. Say it all you want. What am I doing if there's no fishing here? What am I doing right now? That's right. I'm fishing. I'm going to keep fishing, too. Have a good day. Man. Listen. Have a good day, brother, but don't curse at me. I'm sorry, what? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Are you? Go right ahead, buddy. You're on camera, just so you know. Call the cops. Call them up, man. This is public water. You can't come down here and run me off. Well, whoever told you wrong. This is public water. I'm not on your marina. I'm not touching your property. Have a good day. Call me in. Oh, I'm out here just fishing, minding my own. You're the one that rolled up on me. Your job to what? Enforce the public water? This is public water. You can't enforce. All right. Have a good day, man.
Mr. Royal argues that the marina employee doesn't have the authority to enforce a no fishing policy in public water. It is unclear whether the marina employee is a security guard, but regardless of his status, he would only have the legal authority as a private citizen to enforce the law in certain circumstances. Under Article 14.01 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, quote, a peace officer or any other person may, without a warrant, arrest an offender when the offense is committed in his presence or within his view, if the offense is one classed as a felony or as an offense against the public peace. An arrest conducted by a private individual under this article is commonly referred to as a citizen's arrest. In the 2005 case of Anda Verde versus State, the First District Court of Appeals of Texas clarified that, quote, an act is against the public peace when there is actual or threatened violence, where means which cause disquiet and disorder and which threaten danger and disaster to the community are used, it amounts to a breach of the peace, although no actual personal violence is employed. Similarly, in the 2017 case of Cataldo versus State, the Ninth District Court of Appeals of Texas stated that, quote, a citizen may make a warrantless arrest of a person who commits a misdemeanor within the citizen's presence or view if the evidence shows that the person's conduct poses a threat of continuing violence or harm to himself or the public. Whether the circumstances constitute a breach of the peace will be determined on a case-by-case basis, looking to the facts and circumstances surrounding the act. Assuming for a moment that Mr. Royal was violating the law by trespassing on the marina's property, as the Texas Attorney General explained in opinion number DM-363, which was issued in 1995, quote, criminal trespass is classed as either a Class A or a Class B misdemeanor, and thus is not classed as a felony, nor is criminal trespass in and of itself a breach of the peace. We will discuss the legality of fishing in the marina later in this episode, but even if Mr. Royal was violating the law, the marina employee would not have the authority to arrest him unless he breached the peace, and Mr. Royal's actions clearly did not constitute a breach of the peace, as there was no violence or threat of violence involved.
There's a guy down here fishing. There's a guy down here fishing public water. Hurry. Call him up. Oh, this should be interesting. He said he's gonna cut my line. There's another one. Yes. They're still down there too. That's what I'm talking about. Heck yeah, dude. I'm still smacking them. Tempted to throw this one in a live well. Just let them know, hey, good fishing around here, marina. You missed it, bro. Okay. Well, I'm not touching anybody's property, man. Have a good day. I really hope your day gets better, brother. Oh man, I'm so worried, man. Have a good day, brother. Watch out, he calling solo. Somebody might just hop on land and give you what for. You go around calling random people asshole on the lake, all right? Have a good day, brother. I'm right here, buddy. Bye. What's going on, boss? How you doing? Man, I cracked a few right under that marina over there. There's probably about 50 of them. Straight loaded. I know they come up to you. I understand, but they come on calling me assault. Yeah, we don't want that. But I come over here to de-escalate it. Yeah, I appreciate that. We don't mind fishing here.
Totally. After the marina employee calls the police, an officer responds and informs Mr. Royal that he can fish in the water because it's public. Under section 61.022 of the Texas Parks and Wildlife Code, quote, no person may hunt or catch by any means or method a wildlife resource at any time and at any place unless the owner of the land, submerged land, or water, or the owner's agent consents. However, as the Supreme Court of Texas described in the 1932 case of State versus Bradford, quote, the rule long has been established that the state is the owner of the soil underlying the navigable waters, such as navigable streams, as defined by statute, lakes, bays, inlets, and other areas within tide water limits within its borders. Under section 11.021 of the Texas Water Code, quote, the water of the ordinary flow, underflow, and tides of every flowing river, natural stream, and lake is the property of the state. And as section 11.0235 of the Water Code explains, quote, the waters of the state are held in trust for the public. In other words, if the state owns the water, the public has a right to use it, regardless of who owns the surrounding land. According to the Texas Parks and Wildlife River Guide, quote, typically the small natural lakes in Texas are held to be non-navigable and therefore subject to private ownership and control. The public has no right to fish or hunt in or on the waters of private lakes. Yet, the River Guide also states that, quote, when a navigable stream is dammed, the resulting lake is a public lake, and the public may boat and fish on all of the lake's waters. To this end, the Supreme Court of Texas held in the 1935 case of Diversion Lake Club versus Heath that, quote, the creation of a lake by the construction of a dam across a statutory navigable stream does not change the character of the water from public to private, and did not take away the right of the public to fish therein. According to the Texas State Historical Association, Lake Travis is an artificial lake on the Colorado River that was created by damming a crossing on the river known as Marshall Ford in 1942. For this reason, the District Court of Texas concluded in 2005 case of Cummins versus Travis County Water Department, quote, as for all navigable bodies in Texas, the state owns the beds and waters of Lake Travis. Therefore, despite the private ownership of the marina, Mr. Royal was well within his rights to fish from his boat on public waters.
But sure, just don't make sure you hit those lures on these. Absolutely. So many boats, 300. Sure, yeah. We got some money up in here, and I absolutely have nothing but utter respect for everybody's property. I wouldn't want anybody hitting my boat. I'm a boat owner. And that's all I understand. This is how these interactions should go right here. Oh, 100%. The way they rolled up on me, and I got it on camera. I run multiple cameras all day long. That's what I do. So. Sir, so I'm saying I would hit one of these boats, and I wouldn't hit one of these boats. So we just want to let you know. What's your name? I'm Luke. Luke, I'm Justin. It's good to meet you, Luke. I appreciate you coming out here and talking like man. I'm a man. That's how you get started. It's a long time. Yeah, these boys are a little green. It's all right. It's all right.
Reading books about goal setting and comfort zones. At the intersection
is not to enforce these themes. So I know the law. And they're dealing with an angler who fishes every day. So gotcha. So yeah, you got it. So we just like to come in and say number one, trust. Sure. Absolutely. Yeah. I don't I'm breaking any of them. No, not at all. We're good. Yeah, we're good. I'm good. Y'all are good. I'm just fishing.
Officer Luke reminds Mr. Royal that although he is free to fish in the water, he must avoid hitting the boats in the marina while he does so. Under Section 28.04 of the Texas Penal Code, quote, a person commits an offense if, without the effective consent of the owner, he recklessly damages or destroys property of the owner. According to Section 6.03 of the Texas Penal Code, quote, a person acts recklessly with respect to the result of his conduct when he is aware of, but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the result will occur. Additionally, Section 28.03 of the Texas Penal Code, which defines the crime of criminal mischief, states that, quote, a person commits an offense if, without the effective consent of the owner, he intentionally or knowingly damages or destroys the tangible property of the owner. Section 6.03 explains that, quote, a person acts intentionally with respect to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to cause the result. A person acts knowingly when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. While recklessly damaging property is a misdemeanor offense, criminal mischief can be prosecuted as a misdemeanor or felony depending on the so-called amount of pecuniary loss, which Section 28.06 of the Texas Penal Code defines as, quote, the cost of repairing or restoring the damaged property within a reasonable time after the damage occurred. However, if the property is destroyed rather than simply damaged, the amount of pecuniary loss is either, quote, the fair market value of the property at the time and place of the destruction, or, if the fair market value of the property cannot be ascertained, the cost of replacing the property within a reasonable time after the destruction. If Mr. Royal was convicted of either of these offenses for damaging a boat in the marina, he could be required to pay restitution to the boat's owner under Article 42.037 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, which states that, quote, in addition to any fine authorized by law, the court that sentences a defendant convicted of an offense may order the defendant to make restitution to any victim of the offense. If the offense results in damage to, or loss, or destruction of property of a victim of the offense, the court may order the defendant to pay an amount equal to the greater of the value of the property on the date of the damage, loss, or destruction, or the value of the property on the date of sentencing. However, it is important to bear in mind that in order to be held criminally liable for any damage caused, Mr. Royal would need to hit a boat intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. He could not be convicted of a crime based on a bona fide accident. I appreciate it, Luke. I'll talk to him too. You know?
Yeah, man, just hey, dude, you catch a hop. Yeah, no, yeah, I remember how I was when I was 18, but man, they just, they come up on me hard as hell.
He said, I probably shouldn't have.
Good deal. He's already earning a little bit. So if you could just tell him, man, that old boy down there ain't got hard feelings towards him. Yeah. I hope that the next time they see me down here, we can have a positive interaction. I'll shake his hand. I'll shake your hand.
All right, enjoy your day.
Happy Father's Day, man. Take care.
After a cordial conclusion to his conversation with Officer Luke, Mr. Royal continued to fish from his boat without further incident. At one point, one of the marina employees who confronted Mr. Royal returned to the dock to assist some patrons, but he refused to make eye contact or engage in conversation with Mr. Royal, despite Mr. Royal's professed desire to end the encounter on a positive note. Overall, Officer Luke gets an A+ for engaging in respectful dialogue with Mr. Royal, demonstrating a clear understanding of Texas water rights laws, and taking steps to help the marina employees better understand the law. Throughout his conversation with Mr. Royal, Officer Luke demonstrated a commendable level of professionalism and empathy for both Mr. Royal and the marina employees. Instead of expressing anger or frustration at being unnecessarily called to the marina, Officer Luke used the situation as an opportunity to build rapport with Mr. Royal and educate the employees to prevent future misunderstandings and negative interactions with citizens using the public waters. The Texas Water Code is convoluted and confusing, and Officer Luke expressed empathy for the inexperienced marina workers who misunderstood the boundaries of the private marina while also informing them of their mistake. I commend Officer Luke for his patience and kindness, and for turning what could have been an unpleasant situation into a positive interaction for all parties involved. Mr. Royal gets an A, because although he was somewhat antagonistic in his conversations with the marina employees, he maintained a reasonably calm demeanor, understood his right to fish on public waters under Texas law, and refused to allow those rights to be violated. Less experienced or educated fishermen may have surrendered and left upon hearing the marina workers' mistaken assertions that fishing was not permitted. Instead, Mr. Royal stood firmly in his rights and refused to leave because he knew he did not have to. It is clear from Mr. Royal's conversation with Officer Luke that he held no ill will towards the marina workers, despite their inaccurate understanding of the law and use of name-calling. Ultimately, just like Officer Luke, Mr. Royal demonstrated a desire for the employees to learn from their mistakes and improve future experiences at the marina for all citizens, while also expressing empathy and forgiving them for their missteps. Let us know if there is an interaction or legal topic you would like us to discuss in the comments below. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to check out my second channel for even more police interaction content.
They're doing their part. Safe service, guaranteed citizenship. Send another meteor our way. But this time, your rest. Planetary capacity. Better than ever. Source of the meteor attacks
It's a twin-star system whose brutal gravitational forces produce an unlimited supply of meteorites in the form of this asteroid belt. To ensure the safety of our solar system, Mandatum must be denied. We break that vow and take you live to Mandatum, where the invasion has begun.
Well, I absolutely feel like dog shit. Well, it's definitely baking in the lunch. So,
This year we explore the failure of democracy. The social science brought our world to the brink of chaos. We talked about the veterans. They took control and imposed a stability that has lasted for generations since. You know these facts, but I taught you anything about it. You wire on a system.
It's a reward what the Federation gives you for doing federal service.
Something given and no back. Political authority. You're using force. Force, my friends, is violence. Supreme authority, which all have.
so doing something and see the steps I'm taking, and you start seeing the results from those things that I'm doing, and you'll see that it's really not that difficult.
Wishful thinking at its worst. People who forget that always. What's the moral difference, if any, between a civilian and a citizen?
The citizen accepts personal responsibility for the safety of the body, defending it with his life. The civilian is not.
Exact word of the text. If you understand, you believe. And anyone here recognize that virtue that reached up and bit you in the ass?
You think that's not? We're gonna kill him.
First way to cut me looks like your math scores. Wish me luck.
So
don't forget about this afternoon. He's always late and walks in from the fish for a fish. Get out of here. Marco's sister made pilot. So you. Can you imagine like a captain made of a starship? Nerve of steel. Basically, our nature's finest achievement. It just isn't true. It's like everything has to be. It's different. Anyway, it reproduces in vast numbers. And so ego has no fear, doesn't know about death. And so is a perfect selfish member of society. But humans have created art, mathematics, and interstellar travel. True, but before you let that go in your head, take the example of Jurassic. Evolved insect society. By human standards, they are relatively stupid. Their evolution stretches over millions of years. And now, they can colonize planets by hurling their spore into space. Here we go. It's going in stage. I don't think I have.
Let me see. Ace of spades. You know, statistically speaking, we should have passed that like this. Try to. So my psychic abilities are 0 and none. No one really knows what some people are jumping so much. Who knows? I think there's a new stage of human evolution. It's one of these double studies. But Cyrano, time out. Oh, he just wants to advance. You don't play with him anymore. Cyrano. Go bug mom, Cyrano. I should hope you don't do anything like that to me. Right? Can't do human. Yeah.
What's better? Now. What are you doing after the game? Well, everyone's going to the dance. I'm not a civilian. There's school tomorrow. It's been having more.
signature request. Not about dental service. 30 lashes. I'm gonna take 10 lashes in public spread and see you ruin your life. It's a term of service. It's not real. I just see the galaxy for a couple years. People get killed in things. Who figured this idea? It's a t-shirt. You know, Mr. Ratchet. Ratchet? Should be a law because these are soldiers at the training station. I take that to do that at all. Sort of disparaging. You're going to Harvard, that's the end. It's my decision, not yours. Oh, that.
Wait, Dad and I surprised me.
Want to see the galaxy? How about a trip to the outer rings? Saginaw Beach.
Hurry up, do you want to catch?
Figuring things out for yourself is 23 really has new stuff.
Yeah, check the game. No fiends? We won. Do you have so much in your
Johnny, you jealous? I'm not too jealous.
They do you two. I'm fight for that sort of thing. I can teach you. I'm gonna go get that.
My father's not in today.
We need all the fires we can get. Hey, it starts out R&D. No. I got games and theory.
Games and theory. It's military intelligence.
There you go. Next time we meet, I'll probably have to salute you. I got you, son. Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
No matter. We'll always be friends.
Well, chances are we'll never see each other again. Fine, that's all there is to it. It may look bad, but if that's the worst you've done, I won't quit. I'm telling you, you will. You're not going back. You're going on vacation. I am not going on vacation. I'm going to be a citizen. It's my decision. You walk out that door, you are cut off, young man. You understand me? You are cut off.
Johnny, why won't you change your mind? Does it mean that much to you?
Yeah, sure.
I hope so. You don't ruin your life for some silly little girl who wants to answer in a uniform.
Don't talk about carving that way.
Yeah, something is great. It's never been a thing yet or something. It's sweet, but it took forever. Anyway, can we get up?
Yeah, me too. I'm wearing everything I have.
I'm sorry, I forgot to.
Who cares? Federation can give me everything I need next year.
You talked about.
Yeah, that's one. Couldn't see where.
Exciting right away. I'm scared. Are you?
Sure. Travel besides.
Don't forget your rights.
I won't.
sentence, death. Execution tonight at 6 at Bolton. You're set. Studies are being conducted in your community. Would you like to know more? Every student knows that arrests are dangerous. Too late. They realized that their time had already been chosen. Would you like to know more? This had to happen to me. You think I'm funny? Do I make you laugh? You think I'm a comedian, son? The first part to the last part that you're thinking of. Yes, sir. See that over it? Run around. Hey, keep pace. Anytime you think I'm being too tough. Anytime you think I'm being unfair. Anytime you nick your mommy. What? You stop for trouble, yeah? You grab your gear. You take a stroll down. What's that leg? Do you get me? Where do you think they got what it takes to knock me down? Sir! I just figured out you, sir! You all right, sir? Oh, yeah. It's fine. Happy welcome to Specific for the requested transfer before contact with this training unit. Is the best. What makes you think you're good enough? That's my job you're talking about. Slowing down. Hey, there is a line. Hey, so that's all the same. Just not like everyone else. You got some guts for a rich kid. Everybody should have a friend like me. Sure. No thanks, Vince. Get out of my own.
I joined mobile infantry because of you.
You say you didn't?
We were all stupid enough to sign up for just infantry. Switchers. Well, my family's all farmers. All right, so they grow a big ant though. John, what about you?
I'm going into politics, and you gotta be a citizen for that, so here I am.
It's a responsibility. Should you? Come on, let's keep it going. I got it. But my father says, forget it. It's gonna cost me the leg, you know? Yes, sir. Federation pays my way.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to get a license to serve.
I'm going career. Officers training. You should Skywatch. Hey, Rico, your turn. Why don't you be so nosy? Back up, maybe you're right. No, Raiders got it right. Hey, Florence. You don't need no one when it's there. It's a story. The girl.
At Sociality Squared, we are a social media agency who understands the magic of people coming together around what they love, whether that's a dinner table or online. And we always remember who were behind the screens and put them first: people. Our team, our clients, and our clients' communities. What is meaningful and will positively impact their lives. We create stories to inspire, entertain, and connect. We're bridge builders, content creators, dreamers, jokers, doers, list makers, team players, foodies, change makers, storytellers, community builders. We help people discover and connect to what they love. And we work to live and love the work we do. We are Sociality Squared.
No. I'm thinking about The mistakes you know.
Yeah, well, the more room changes have to get on that.
I'm gonna make them. You took your licks. They didn't want you to, but kicked you out.
They joined up for the wrong reasons. I got a guy killed. I'm really kind of proves that one out. Rico. What's going through? Take it in.
Hello? Johnny!
Come on.
Bill, pick it up. It's Johnny.
Johnny? Dad? Where's your uniform?
Yeah, look.
It's just good to hear from you. Always. It's not really working out here, no, Dad. It'll be all right if I came home.
You should come on in.
Just come on home. Work things out. We love you so.
No, it's bad.
It's all right.
He's trying to get ready.
I'll see you there.
Hey. You take that stroll up Marshall and don't put it on bench anymore.
It's like this.
You don't know what it takes to be a citizen.
Okay.
Was to drop out. So you already signed the 1248, son. It wouldn't be me. Major, I know it was wrong. One mistake and I made another, sir. You made decisions. Sir, my family, my whole family's in Buenos Aires, sir. This is your signature, Rico. Sir, you did it, sir. Look like it's me. Here we are. Get there. The action of the planet first.
So, then anger. Building good like death. In June, the Federal Council convened. We must meet the threat with our power, our blood, indeed our lives, to ensure that human civilization, not insect, dominates this galaxy now and always. Star Marshal Bean announced his plans for an offensive against Panda, the source of the Every day, federal scientists are looking for new ways to kill bugs.
Your basic arachnid warrior isn't too smart, but you can blow off a limb. Still 86% combat effective. Here's a tip. Aim for the nerve stem. Put it down.
Right in the hole. Everyone's doing their part. Means you're inside the arachnid quarantine zone, where the
QC knows exactly when the invasion of Nanaku will occur. The top says it's tomorrow. There's a bunch of MI kids who look like they can eat bugs for lunch. So you're pretty much right.
Hey, shoot a nuke in a bug hole. You got a lot of dead bugs.
It's not over for 14 minutes. Some say the bugs were provoked by the intrusion of aliens into their natural habitat. That a little by little policy is preferable to war. Let me tell you something. What is serious? I say kill them all. Yeah. Hey guys, where do you get tattoos? Let's all get cut together. What about not a tattoo? No, it's too pretty fun.
Kitties. Yes, they have. They have them on duty. Hi, Jess. Carmen? Pretty good yourself.
So, wait here. You don't have anyone committed idea, huh?
That's what I'm trying to think about. Break up with someone else. When it hits me, let's stop crying.
Well, we're still gonna be happy about that.
I'm not very happy to see me.
Jen,
It's different now. We're at war, and I think my Jim's probably the best one for both of us.
sit up in town.
Sam, do you remember Johnny? Sandra and I are up front tonight.
Yeah, that's honestly. This is the part that's best for both of us. Neighbors. Johnny, wait. See, forget it, Lieutenant. He's mobile infantry. See, make sure you forget it. It's the pay to be liked. You got something to say about the mobile infantry? I think you heard me. You want to make something up? Private? No. Sir. They might have some stupid troopers. Let's disregard break.
Sandra, please.
Want to hear that? Break is not an issue here. Yes. 19